we'll take note of this po. Thank you.
Thank you, Asek. Well, Asek, we are moving heaven and earth to increase the budget for mental health.
We'll take note of
As a
this
start,
po.
the 210 million
Thank
was allocated specifically for mental health programs. Moving heaven and earth to acknowledge that the budget for mental health because of the number of students we have in our public schools and also our private schools. The 210 might not be enough to cover all, no? But at least it's a good start to create programs, research, and how to approach this efficiently. Now, my next question is, we have an anti-bullying act, no, of 2013. No? And is that law still appropriate to the current situation right now? For example, cyberbullying, the bullying of young boys, even adults bullying children. No, are the mechanisms inside that law still appropriate right now? And do you see any necessity to update that law or to improve the mechanisms?
Senator, on the first point lang po yung sa the fund that you had allocated, I just would like to go back to that peace education program that we will soon launch. Just to mention that the National Technical Working Group does not only include curriculum kasi yung peace education, syempre immediately baka yung integration ng mga competencies sa curriculum, but that peace education NTWG will also have Asek Dexter as co-chair of the NTWG. Meaning po, itong mga pinag-uusapan po natin ngayon on mental wellness, ika-capture po namin doon sa peace education.
You elaborate
po namin.
more on that peace education. That seems to be a new introduction. Peace is quite broad, no?
Yes po.
But how is this peace education related to the bullying incident? No? I know it's probably a very comprehensive peace education or peace themed, no, module. But how is that how is that related to bullying?
Senator, I have to candid that it's still a work in progress po, but for now I can I am sharing to you the composition of the NTWG, which is co-chaired by me as part of the curriculum and as Galban. So what I'm saying po, Senator, with that composition of the with the inclusion of Asek Galban, who is in charge of that wellness concern, ihagip po namin yan sa peace education framework natin. Plus, the one who is in charge of planning and ICTS is the assistant chair, Asek Noel. So yung mga pinag-uusapan po natin on yung mga safe spaces, ganun po, ihagip po namin yan sa peace education.
When will that be introduced in our schools?
As far as our strand is concerned po, yung sa curriculum po, yung mga competencies we are ready. We had already identified yung mga competencies enhanced kasi vis-a-vis dun sa inclusion ng values education ng GMRC. Our timeline po to launch the peace education program is in June po, in time for the opening of the upcoming school year po. Yung mention po, if the Anti-Bullying Act is still relevant, yes, we leave it to the Congress for the review of this special law, but we will assure you po that DepEd will participate actively during the deliberation of in case this will be reviewed by Congress po.
Based on the PISA results, like I said earlier, the incidence of bullying has dramatically gone down, no, from a high of 50 to let me just flash that to now at 28%. So I think the probably the intensified anti-bullying program of Secretary Briones at that time is trickling down. No? It takes time to trickle down this because ang laki ng DepEd, no? So my recommendation is to continue that anti-bullying program intensify it because it's related to academic performance. So meaning if we can minimize this as much as possible, then we can see improvement in grades, no? Because there's direct correlation to that.
That has been institutionalized in all schools in DepEd. So as mentioned, and this can be confirmed by our regional directors, that all schools had created their child protection committee po.
Thank you, Asek. Another contextual variable, no, that I saw, it's quite concerning, is the issue of learners who miss school for more than 3 months in a row, or long absenteeism. In PISA, there's 24% of students who miss school once or twice, no, and I'll show it on the screen. And then if you look at the reasons captured by PISA, number one is I had to take care of a family member. Then number two, I had to help with work at home, which is economic related. And number three is bored. No, I think this is also consistent with the PSA survey. But if you look at the last one, no, pregnancy was also captured, no, 19%. So that's 1 out of 5. No? So the data is consistent with teenage pregnancy. So, and then again, it's correlated to math scores. No? If you look at the math scores in PISA, it's correlated. No? Those who have missed um, once and twice, you'll see a decrease in their math scores, no, depending on the how many times they missed it. So this is quite concerning because they should not miss school. No? Once you miss school, you don't have an opportunity to learn. And this is long-term absenteeism. So we're talking about more than 3 months. No? So I want to get DepEd's reaction to this, and are there any programs to reduce long-term absenteeism in our schools?
As to the reasons for long-term absenteeism incurred by our learners po, marami pong dahilan po. But as far as their participation or attendance, we have this program, alternative delivery mode, offered to learners or that can be availed by our learners under special circumstances like yung mga buntis po or yung mga nagtatrabaho. Senator, remember in one of our conversations, you had you would like to be clarified on our request for the allocation for our reproduction of SLMs. Na yung SLMs po ay alam naman po ng lahat ay ginamit po natin nung pandemic po. But ito po, lahat po ng schools po natin ay face-to-face na po. But we still need, we submitted to you that we still need a certain amount for SLMs because we are institutionalizing our ADM po. Ito po yung mga learning resources, samples of learning resources or possible learning resources na pwede pong gamitin sa distance learning po. Like pwedeng gamitin po ng mga learners natin po under special circumstances. So we are institutionalizing ADM as well as blended learning po.
But what is your opinion? And I would like to get the opinion of the other resource persons. Itong I was bored. No? Have you analyzed this reason? I saw this also in PSA, diba, Dr. Abrigo? I don't know if you've seen that in PSA. You know? Yeah, sa APs, no? There's no breakdown on this maybe you can conduct a focus group on this, no? But to get the qualitative answers. But what is your opinion on that? How come students they they lost interest in studying? Ano ba ang mga anecdotal responses from the ground, no? And, yes, go ahead, Dr. Nivera.
Sige po, I will start. Because I'm a pedagogy teacher. I'm in math ed. So um, I surveyed hundreds of math teachers with respect to the pedagogy they use in class and if they make use of instructional, manipulative materials in teaching mathematics like multi-base attribute blocks, pattern blocks, fraction kits, geoboards, and so on and so forth. And surprisingly, very, very few of them are aware of the manipulative materials used in math. And so I asked them, how do you teach math? Most of them are teaching it using lecture approach and they would have group work and stuff, but they don't have manipulative materials, which is really disappointing. I asked them, how come you don't use this when you are teaching in elementary and high school levels? And they said, Ma'am, hindi naman po itinuro sa amin yan sa teacher ed, sa TEIs. Kaya nga, I think we are remiss if we do not look at the competence or the preparation of teacher educators. It's not because they're teaching in universities that we assume that they know what they're doing or that they have the skills to teach teacher education. Kasi iba ang magturo ka ng content lang, iba yung teacher ka talaga na ituturo mo ang pundasyon, yung foundational knowledge, yung like the foundation of mathematics. Ano ang framework of mathematics teaching? How are you supposed to teach that? How are you supposed to deliver it? So punong-puno ka dapat ng materials because your class should be like a mathematics laboratory. Pero even in my talks around the country with elementary teachers, nagugulat sila pag may gamit ako multi-base arithmetic blocks, mga pattern blocks. Hindi raw nila alam yan. First time nilang nakikita. And they've been teaching for 10, 20 years. And I asked them, how come? Hindi po ito itinuro sa mga TEIs. So maybe that's why. Kasi pag nagmagamit kami ng mga manipulatives na to, tawanan sila, parang excited, sobra-sobra sabi nila, Ma'am, ang saya-saya pala ng math. Kasi hindi nila alam, kaya hindi nila magamit sa klase. Yun lang po.
Yes, Dr. Olegario.
Convener po ako ng safe, equitable, quality, and relevant education. No? So yung relevance ang nagiging problema. Bakit nabobore yung mga estudyante? Example na lang, sarili kong anak, tinatanong niya ako, maaanihin ko ba ang ginagawa ko sa math na to? I can't recall what she was doing. Hindi ko na naabot yung level na yon. Sabi ko, hindi ko rin alam. Okay. Pero kasi, nung shinare ko to sa mga math students ko sa College of Education, na-explain nila sa akin na, ma'am, actually, ang application po niyan ay ito. No? So, basically, babalik tayo dun sa problem sa PISA. Di ba yung pinag-usapan natin last week na hindi kasi nasa application level. Ang application level na nasa isip ng karamihan ng mga teachers ay application na okay, kunyari ito yung sitwasyon, ma-apply mo dito, pag-uusapan lang. Pero kasi dapat yun nga ang ginagawa, yung application level, ang activity sa class. So irrelevant. Or another example then related sa math. May mga teachers ako na interview na sinasabi nila, ma'am, nag-a-absent sila kasi hindi na nila maintindihan. Wala na sa level nila. Eh kung student-centered tayo. So, ang ginawa ng teacher na yon, magaling yung teacher na yon, ginawa niya, kinausap niya yung principal, ma'am, hindi ko pwedeng ituro ang, yung mga x-squared. Basta yung mga expression na merong square, algebraic expression sa mga batang ito dahil yung lower level, yung prerequisite skills, hindi rin nila alam. So, ma'am, ibinaba ko po yung yung lesson para mas maging relevant sa kanila. Otherwise, nakatingin sila sa air, wala silang maintindihan. So, yun yung importance ng learner-centered. Yun yung true meaning ng learner-centered. We start from where the students are. 'Di ba? Yung experiences nila, yung mga nalalaman nila. Kaya nga dapat alam natin yung context ng mga estudyante. ano nga ba yung third na sasabihin ko, nakalimutan ko tuloy. Yun din yung, babalik din tayo sa pedagogical skills ng mga teachers. Ito, private school yung anak kong lalaki, no? Pero nung grade 2 siya, for example, so college na siya ngayon, tinanong niya ako, "Ma, bakit ganun yung ginagawa sa classroom namin?" Binasa ko na sa libro, pagdating sa school, pinag-uusapan pa rin namin yung laman ng libro, regurgitating the textbooks. Tapos, hinahanap ng teacher namin yung notes sa notebook na ang laman din naman ay galing sa libro. So, those are just examples, diba, anecdotes na yung mga bata mismo kine-question nila bakit ganun yung approach, samantalang mas maraming exciting na puwedeng mangyari. Going back then, dun sa experience ng son ko, gustong-gusto niya ang math. Sabi ko, "Bakit anong ginagawa niyo sa math?" Kasi 'pag ano, naglalaro kami, may buzzer daw, tumatakbo daw sila, tapos sasagutin nila sa blackboard yung problem. Things like those, 'no? But again, I'm for real life problems, 'no? Kasi kung gusto mong maging relevant ang learning, we use the real life situations.
Thank you. Well, the point I want to make is for DepEd to analyze this. Definitely, we have to keep our children in school as much as possible, and we have to look at all the different reasons why they are skipping school for a long time. No? 3 months is quite a significant time. We discussed earlier the pregnancy issue, and I think we'll be looking at that deeply later on. But would like to call on DepEd to look at the different reasons here, no, and analyze. And let's work together to come up with solutions on how to address this long-term absenteeism. And also, talking about economic issues, there's also one variable that we saw in PISA, and this is also quite this topic has come up many times in our discussion, and this is the issue of hunger. And let me just flash on the slide. PISA also captured learners who did not eat because there was not enough money to buy food. In the Philippines, the numbers in the Philippines is quite alarming at 38%. Of course, very far from OECD and the other countries. I was actually surprised Singapore has some of these cases. I would assume these are migrants, no, and also the OECD. They're probably migrants. But just looking at the Philippines, almost 4 out of 10 students come to school with an empty stomach. And if you look at the grades again, no, hunger is related also to grades. You can see that grades decline as their grades in math declines in relation to the number of days or the number of times they come to school without eating. No, so hunger is also an academic issue. And I know that DepEd has increased their budget to on the feeding program. I think it was doubled this time around, no? But let me again ask DepEd for their programs on addressing hunger in school. What is their target to improve or to eliminate hunger incidents in schools? And what are the plans and programs moving forward to improve our situation when it comes to food and hunger?
Senator, we will submit a comprehensive report on this. We'll ask our Execom lead for this. But initially, I had to mention that Secretary VP Sara really recognized the importance of yun nga, yung giving proper nutrition to our learners. That's why talagang pinaglaban po ni ni Ma'am na yung expansion ng ating school-based feeding program po. So if I am not mistaken, from 120 days ay 170 days na po yun.
Yeah, I
And
understand the whole school
Opo,
year na, no?
opo,
So it's it's a feeding program but a universal meal program, no? Yeah.
of course, under our strand po, yung ito po, proper nutrition is properly integrated po in the curriculum in the different learning areas po. And then we also have that program, yung Gulayan sa Paaralan po, Senator. So again, we will submit a comprehensive report on this po. But that is being taken care of po.
I know that we had a discussion on this in EDCOM. Here's the budget, no? From 5.7 billion in 2023, it's now 11 billion in 2024. I know during the time of Secretary Briones, it's only 1 billion plus, I remember. But now it has grown to 11.7 billion in 2024, no? So a significant amount has been allocated to the school-based feeding program, precisely to address what we are now seeing on the screen, no? So I would like to discuss this. Are we hitting with the 11 billion pesos? Are we going to what are the targets? Are we going to see improvement in terms of hunger incidents in our schools? Is 11 billion enough, no, to cover at least the most vulnerable in our schools? Do we have those answers? Nasser?
Yes, Senator. As far as I can recall, our execom lead for this is making a researcher study on the impact of that program to the improvement of the learning outcomes of our learners, because as we recognize na all of these programs na ginagawa po ng DepEd dapat po ay may impact sa improvement ng ating learning outcomes. One of which is, of course, the improvement of the results of our participation in ILSAs, including dun sa mga national assessments po. So yan po ginagawa po ng ating execom lead. But I heard him saying, I hope I'm right, that there is still even a request for additional budget to cover lahat po. If I don't have the exact information, but that amount pa po yata is not covering all the learners. Parang may certain key stage lang. I don't know if grade 6 na yon or covered pa even sa junior high school or senior high school. But initially po, we started the school-based feeding program with key stage 1, with 120 key stage 1 grades, kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. But because of the allocation of additional funds, we were able to include the other learners, not only exclusive for key stage 1, and even increase the number of feeding days. Kasi po galing din sa feedback ng mga regional directors po natin yan na pag nung very limited pa yung feeding days po, pag nag-stop yung feeding days, so bumabalik ulit sila dun sa malnutrition issue po. Ayun po. But again, Senator, we note that we need to submit the impact of this program to this committee, whether or not this school-based feeding program has really an impact not only dun sa nutrition ng ating mga mag-aral, but also in the improvement of our learning outcomes, which is always the output that we want to happen po. And plus the need for, if there's still a need for additional funds to cover all the learners, and even there is even a plan fund that this be afforded also to our learners who will be part of the National Learning Camp po, which happens during the end of the school year break po. Thank you.
Thank you. How about the other divisions? Do we have do we have uh uh their initiative in terms of launching their own feeding program, launching their own meal program in your own divisions, meron ba tayong, or in your own regions? Like in not to man to brag, no, but in Valenzuela we have a very good relationship with our division, and we support them with universal rin, no, for kindergarten and targeted for key stage 1, for grade 1 to grade 3. So LGU matters. In the first discussion, one of the takeaways that I got from Dr. Carino is LGU plays a very important role in the preparation for PISA, in the support for PISA. I think that's a common denominator to those who perform well. So how about LGU initiative, no? And division or regional initiative? Do we have those? Can we cite some examples? Yeah, Dr. Carino, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair. For some schools, yeah, I would just want to be honest, because of the difficulty of liquidation sometimes of the feeding program, they would not really submit the list because they have their own canteen, and they would rather give tickets every now and then to these children who are supposed to be fed, and they are free in their own school canteen. I saw this in Pine City National High School as well as in some other schools. And one of the reasons would be that no, the difficulty, especially if there are only 4, there are only 5. So why still bother for that? No, that's one thing, and it's a good practice. But I would just like to mention, and yesterday we had a meeting, an RSDC meeting, and there were several agencies talking about this nutrition for children. So POPCOM was there, nutrition was there, DSWD, and I was just saying, if as a region we can put all our funds together because DepEd has lack of funds, then probably we can increase the number of days as well as the meals to be given to the learners. I hope that would be possible, Senator. Thank you.
That's a good suggestion, a convergence type of activity. You know, I was going to say, I know the SWD will have their own feeding program. The LGUs will have their own feeding program. Of course, DepEd. No? If we can just pull them together and have some sort of a convergence activity, it will be more efficient. No? I think we can feed more kids and target more marginalized students. No? So yeah, we'll put that into we'll take that into consideration, and hopefully we can call on the other agencies next time we do a hearing on nutrition, no? Because we plan to do that. It's an ongoing challenge. No? Admittedly, it requires a lot of resources, but yun na nga, no? If we can pull all our resources together, we can probably address this issue.
Yes, Senator, because the data they use is the data coming from the Department of Education. So, so that's our data using our own funds. So what if we put the funds together, then the data might be improved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Director Andaya?
Yes, thank you, Senator Win. In NCR, what we're looking at is the impact of the feeding program on learning outcomes. We're trying to trace, for instance, because there are days when the students do not go to school because of hunger, but then afterwards, because it's just 120 days, afterwards, they return to being malnourished, severely wasted, and the like. And I've talked to our SDSS superintendents, and we're trying to look at how feeding them would lead to them being more, present in school, and at the same time performing well also in school. We hope to get that data by this end of the school year. But as regards the support of the LGUs, we're lucky in NCR because many of the LGUs are actually providing support for our feeding program. they also provide some personnel, LGU funded, in order to help with the feeding program. Also, there are some LGUs that work closely also with DSWD in order to feed not just our K, our students, but also the pre-kinder students in coordination with the barangays, because they know we all know that the development of the child starts not just in kinder but in the lower years from 0 to 5, and so that's also something that's important effort that our LGUs are doing. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Nama.
Good morning po, Senator. I would like to share our practice when I was still a teacher in high school regarding feeding program. Usually, high school students do not want to participate in the feeding program because they are ashamed of tagging as they are poor or they are under severely wasted. So what we did was we do some activities like it's a reward for these students. So they are being fed because they receive some awards or rewards through the feeding program. So during the implementation of the feeding program, those are some of the struggles of the teachers, how they choose, how they encourage also the learners to participate, especially po in the high school. Thank you po.
Thank you. Well, we'll have a separate hearing on hunger and nutrition, especially implemented through our school system. This is a challenge for everyone. No? I truly believe that no child should go to school hungry. Everyone should be fed accordingly, sufficiently, and also with proper nutrition. No? And but this is really a challenge, especially locating each and every one of them. I know the Department of DSWD has that no hunger, walang gutom program, and later on we would like to inquire from them whether school age children are also captured, no, in that program. No? So you have that walang gutom program, you have school based feeding program. Tamas Dr. Carino, maybe there's an intersection, and we have to find that intersection so that resources are spent efficiently. Meron ba? I found a very interesting. I'll jump to another topic, no. But also one of the variables, which is quite interesting, and I would like to pick the opinion of DepEd, and this is about distraction in the use of digital devices, no. And this is quite interesting because we have one of the highest in terms of distraction distraction in the use of digital devices for social media, gaming, that resulted in poor performance. No? If you look at the Philippines, 41%, OECD 30%. I think everyone will agree with me that the Philippines is one of the most connected, has one of the most connected populations in the whole world. No, connected in social media, connected with the internet. But of course, this distraction is also leading to poor outcomes. No, so I would like to ask Deped, what is there? Is there a policy in terms of the use of gadgets in schools? And are we going to have a policy, no, regarding that?
Senator Win, may I request that you please recognize directly?
Yeah, Dr. Ariola.
Thank you very much, Asek, and good afternoon, Senator Win and everyone. Actually, for the curriculum and teaching strand, Senator, we have already started developing the policy on the safe use of technology in teaching learning. So this is already a final draft
So we're just awaiting for the results of the consultation, and eventually we'll have this issued, Senator. Thank you.
Have any policy? Can students bring in cell phones inside their class and use cell phones while teaching? Is that I can see some, can hear some comments. No, but you can make your comments official. And of course, I don't have any data right now, but common sense will dictate if they're distracted using social media, if they're looking at YouTube inside their class, they will not listen to their teachers and they will not understand their lessons. No, and I think this is what PISA captured in that situation. So right now we don't have any policy.
Actually, Senator, that forms part of the rules set by the teachers inside the classroom, where when classes are ongoing, then learners are not supposed to be using their cell phones. Others actually have the cell phones of the learners put in a corner, and they can just take it during the break. That's how it is, Senator. So it forms part of the rules set in each classroom.
Now it's prohibited. Is it allowed or prohibited?
It's not allowed during while having the teaching and learning sessions.
Okay, but they can bring their cell phones.
Yes.
So what are there any studies or revision that DepEd plans to make in order to address the distraction of our students?
That's why-
What's the learning that you have picked up over the years?
That's why we are coming up, Sir Senator, with the policy guidelines of safe use of technology in teaching learning.
What's that policy? If you can, I don't want to preempt you, but if you can just discuss, maybe broad concepts in that policy.
Okay. So if I may, so it has something to do, sir, about these are the general guidelines. School heads shall encourage their teachers to use technology, but this is for school heads, for teachers. And then for learners, I think I have to read the safe use of internet. We also have safe use of internet, included in this policy, Sir Senator. And then we also have a policy particularly on accessing social media and other streaming sites. And then included here are the safe use of schools' communication channels, and that does not only cover learners but also teachers. And then a part of this is also protecting health and wellness of the learners. And then included here are also the features of the safe learning space for our learners. So these are all the components of the policy, Mr. Chair.
I think bottom line, Dr. Ariola, we have to be very strict with the use of gadgets while class is in session, and
It has to be a no.
and reduce the amount of distraction happening, because especially in urban areas, I noticed this. Our schools are surrounded by buildings, factories, karaoke, restaurants. I noticed there's so many distraction, and our classrooms are not air conditioned. So they can hear everything. In fact, I have experience in that. Before, that's why we had an ordinance to prevent all of this distraction within a certain limits in the school. But the additional distraction will be the use of gadgets. So I think that should be taken seriously and looked at seriously. Director Dandaya.
Thank you, Senator Win. Students are not prohibited from bringing cell phones or gadgets to school because there will be times when they will have to go online for a particular lesson. And so that's also useful. It's just that it has to be regulated such that when they don't need to use it, They just have to, keep it muna, and then during breaks, they can use it. But yes, it has to be regulated po. But it's very helpful when there are the times when they will really have to go online. And speaking of boredom, when students are bored, it's also because they've been used to the gadgets. Ang bilis kasi ng mga nakikita nila, TikTok and the like, and so they are used to that kind of uh, situation. Tapos pagpunta nila sa school, syempre hindi naman mabilis yung teacher at yung ano. And so that creates boredom for them.
Point, I think si Dr. Olegario mentioned that earlier.
Oh, yeah.
And I read this somewhere. I can't remember the journal. But the Gen Z students are wired differently. Their brains are different compared to us.
Yeah.
Because during at my time, we don't have internet. When I was in elementary and high school, we don't have computers. Or if we had computers, it wasn't the computers of this time. So we're wired differently. The younger generation now is wired with phones. Information instantly can be transmitted to them and can be acquired really literally instantly. No? So and that is something we have to realize. And I just want to ask our expert, how is our pedagogy adapting to that? Because they're wired differently. Obviously, they should be taught. I'm not an expert in education, but my common sense is saying that they should be approached in a different manner. No, maybe our experts from the teaching side can shed light on this. No? Dr. Monterola.
Good afternoon, Senator Win. I'm Sharon Monterola from UP NISMED. Actually, I want to chime in earlier about boredom. And one of the things that's very important to really address the boredom of students in classes is basically to introduce hands-on activities, in class. Because we want them to be actively involved as they construct their own understanding of the topics at hand. Although there are some limitations in terms of, let's say, resources in class. You don't have, for example, in science. But I know that there are laboratory equipment now and a device. But for example, there are no materials for science. But there are science concepts that can be demonstrated even with simple materials or readily available materials from home or even from school. The approach is actually to make sure that you hook your students' interest. You ask them question about something. Let's say if you present them something that's quite puzzling, so that can be a very good hook for the class. And then let's say you want them to gather evidence or you want them to analyze some patterns, and you don't have, let's say, the resources to make them experiment on something. But let's say the teacher can provide a set of data, let's say hypothetical data. And from there, from the hypothetical data, ask some questions like what patterns can you observe from those hypothetical data? Although they were not able to perform it because of some limitations in, let's say, resources, they can still, activate their way of thinking about detecting patterns from the data. Also, there are available offline simulations like from FET developed by University of Colorado Boulder. So like in physics, in chem. So if they show, for example, this particular simulation, teachers can ask question what they notice about, let's say, were there some increase, is there some increase in this value or variable? What does it mean, for that to have an increase? And so there should always be like a support for anything digital that we present, even videos. So there are already a lot of YouTube tutorial videos. But if we just show them to our students without the accompanying thinking questions that will help them process and reflect on whatever they are seeing digitally, then we are missing that window of opportunity to make that as an educational as a learning opportunity. So there are already a lot of curated resources po, but probably a way of optimizing the way we use them. So like the use of questions, prompts, for them to think, for them to reflect on, for them to detect patterns, for them to, let's say, identify the key points. So those are critical thinking process activities, or let's say short approaches that we can do po. So probably but I know in with respect to PLD, Ma'am, Director Ariola, DepEd is already following the 5E learning cycle when they shifted from 7E learning cycle to 5E, which is engage, explain, explore, explain, extend, and evaluate. Now, even with the lack of or limited resources, let's say, they can still perform that po. Yung engage is hooking the students' interest, they present something, demonstrate, engage students' interest, and then let them explore the topic first, not spoon feed the concepts, the terms, the definitions. And then even with group activities, even by with discussion with peers, they can still, reflect on this and arrive at, let's say, some answers that later on can be addressed by teachers during the formal lesson development, wherein some misconceptions can be addressed directly, and of course, the patterns that need to be, let's say, or the logical sequence of questions can elicit student responses from that. Thank you po.
Yeah, Dr. Fermin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 weeks ago, the Congressional Research Fellows Group actually delivered the paper from the Ateneo Center for Economic Research and Development entitled What Ails Philippine Basic Education? Digging into the PISA 2022 Results. Dr. Lanzona and Dr. Docanes specifically pointed out that after comparing the country performance of the Philippines with other jurisdictions, they found out a number of factors that seem to be absent in our context. The ones that I picked up are the ones that to me are very important in terms of teacher preparation, teacher engagement, and continuing professional development. And that has something to do with the top performing and the countries where there's sustained high performance, not really necessarily high, but good performance in PISA, are the ones who are heavily invested in project-based learning, or PBL. Because if we examine the way questions are phrased, and I think our colleague Dr. Balagtas had an extensive research on this, you'd find out that you would love to see students able to not just apply, but transfer their understanding of concepts as they exist in the real world. And therefore, pedagogically speaking, you will have to train them in such manner. Now, the problem is, when we look at the literature in project-based learning, they were all developed by the Buck Institute. You could see the theoretical and practical underpinnings developed overseas, and that's fine. But for 7 years now, I've been wondering, is project-based learning not culturally ingrained among Filipino learners? And what I have seen is that there seems to be compelling evidence there is a culturally sensitive model for project-based learning that DepEd probably hasn't explored fully yet. Of course, that has bearing also on the way we prepare our teachers. There is a model that I've already designed and I've been training a group of teachers on. But Mr. Senator, what I'd like to emphasize is that I think, following what my colleague Dr. Aligario mentioned as a co-design process, if we train our teachers to actually understand better how the brains of our students really operate, Gen Z, the millennials or whatever, you'll find out more than the wiring of the brain, our cultural tendencies actually can point us towards maximizing what is known about project-based learning that is inherently Filipino. And if you put it in the way we design and deliver learning, much can be achieved. Initially, the model is called the 5G model, where all learners have to experience 5 broad experiences. First is ganda, followed by galak, followed by galing. The fourth is gugma or heart, and gahum, power. We've made several iterations or models of this across learning areas, and by far, the aha moments of our teachers and school leaders, oo nga no, meron naman tayo niyan, but we are not doing it more programmatically. So I think it's time that we endeavor looking at how brain-based learning should be viewed as compatible with culturally sensitive and contextualized learning. After all, the current law enabling basic education development provisions, the K-12 law, is very steep in terms of the contextualization of the curriculum. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Monterola.
Good afternoon once again. I would like to share on experiment that we have done. A group of faculty from the College of Education, in collaboration with the schools divisions of Sorsogon City and Province of Sorsogon, we developed a metacognitive design thinking that was applied for senior high school in Sorsogon. We actually integrated design thinking in the delivery of the 3 I's subject in senior high school and the capstone project in senior high school. We did this in 2019, and it involved about 12 schools at the time offering STEM in Sorsogon. It involved 500 students. To be able to do that, we actually developed design thinking, a metacognitive design thinking framework wherein students are able to understand what are the problems in school, at home, or let's say in the community that can be addressed through problem solving. It's very much related to project-based and problem-based learning when you look at the essence of design thinking. And so we did that for 1 year. So we trained 100 teachers to be able to deliver that curriculum involving the 12 schools and about 500 students. We did a pre and post assessment just to really measure, let's say, whether there would be significant changes in critical thinking, in work ethics, in science process skills, and several other like socio-emotional skills like growth mindset, grit, and so on. And it was a very successful implementation because there were significant improvements in all the measures, no, cognitive and socio-emotional skills. And those students, when we tracked them recently, so those students who went through that program, 90% of them went to actually enroll in a STEM-related college course. And so after that also, I think Sorsogon National High School was considered as a finalist in the Safe C, in the Secretary's Award for Innovation in Curriculum. And right now, there are more than, I think there are now 16 schools in Sorsogon offering STEM. So they still continued the program even after this one. To be fair also to DepEd, the revised curriculum of the revised Matatag curriculum in science already integrated design thinking, but they called it engineering design. Thank you.
Gathering is the Matatag curriculum is responsive to the new I call it again, I'm not an expert, but the new type of learners. Is that what I'm gathering from our experts? No? And I can see Dr. Fermin nodding. So it's important that we roll out the Matatag curriculum as seamless, as smooth as possible. This year we also allocated, I think, about 2 billion, no? For teacher training. Yeah, about I'll get the figure. We increased the amounts for teacher training about 1.5 to 1.5 billion exclusively to train our teachers, no? So that the rollout of Matatag curriculum will be as smooth and as efficient as possible, no? So yeah, go ahead, Asek.
Yes, thank you again, Senator. Yes, even in the existing policy guidelines on the existing K-12 curriculum, there is a provision there po which mentions the different pedagogical approaches po. Because we recognize na we have to address the diverse needs of our learners. So yung pong mga problem-based approach, constructivism, hindi pa nabanggit po yung design thinking po, but it's already incorporated in that existing policy po, signed again by Ma'am Liling. And we're coming up with a policy cover for the implementation of the matatag curriculum. Yung sabi po ni Ma'am Cheryl, ma'am, di po ba yung mga facilitators po natin doon are our BCD specialists, and sila rin po yung nag-review and had enhanced yung existing science curriculum po. So even if we are saying that there is an identified school which had been considered as a pilot school for this design thinking or PBI pedagogical approach, we would like to assure you na yung mga concepts na yon ay na-integrate na po natin sa matatag curriculum po. And yes, Senator, we are very grateful because you had provided funds for the training of our teachers for the implementation of the matatag curriculum for K147, because yung initial implementation natin will start with rolling it out to our learners from in kindergarten, grades 1, 4, 7. Just to mention po that we had already conducted the training of our national trainers last week po. And these national trainers who happen to be our key officials coming from regions across the country, and our regional and division officials are now ready to train their division trainers who will also train our teachers, and school-based po yung training po natin. So doon mismo sa school sila po mag-training. And NAYAP had reported last week po during the training that they had already downloaded the funds to the regions and division to the regions for the training of our teachers for the implementation of the matatag curriculum po.
Thank you, Asek. We call on Dr. Olegario and then Dr. Fermina.
Gusto ko lang po i-share yung experience ko as a teacher of teachers, no? So I have graduate classes and the students there are teachers. Ang approach ko sa class ay project-based learning, no? So they have a project by the end of the course and they have to design a project, no? So they design project-based learning. They use the 5E, the 7E. The problem is that yung implementation, no? So they don't get it. No, so at first they would say, "Ma'am, what you're trying to ask from us is impossible." No, so yun yung ano nila, no, it's impossible in the school setting. Kasi kino-correct sila ng supervisors, for example, or it's time consuming, yung mga ganun, no. So may mga labels sila, but they're all labels. No, it can be called design thinking or 5Es, but labels lang siya na shallow ang interpretation. So they really need to understand. So I believe that the training has to be a long-term training. Actually, it's part of my presentation na long-term siya, because dun sa experience ko, it takes 1 semester for them to realize the principles. It's not just 1, 2, 3 sitting. Talagang pokpok na pokpok sila. Until they realize, ito pala yung project-based learning. No, so ito pala yung but project-based learning is also problem-based. No, so ito pala siya. Yung 5E pala, it's so easy to say na engage, di ba? Explore, pero shallow yung interpretation. That's why we really have to focus not only on yung intended curriculum, but the implemented. How is it implemented? How are the principles interpreted? No, so teachers tend to favor, for example, teach me the strategies. Tapos, minsan sasabihin nila, ang dami nila sinasabing strategies sa akin, no? Pero, ang babaw ng implementation. No? So, we go back to the principles, no? You study what you're doing until yun nga, towards the end of the semester, they realize, so this is what high order thinking skills mean?
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Fermin, and then we call on
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, prior to the publication of the PISA 2022 results, Insights and Interpretations report by OECD Executive Director Andreas Schreikler, there was a publication of the same group entitled OECD Learning Compass 2030. This is actually the backbone of all recommendations made by the OECD in terms of comprehensive education reforms across jurisdictions and the participating member states. The document contains 5 curriculum dilemmas. They are, and may I quote, overload, gap, content, inequity, and implementation. So my colleagues have made mention of implementation related issues, inequity, and so on and so forth. But Mr. Senator, there are also 5 broad solutions provided by OECD, and that is to ensure that the curriculum and instruction development context is replete or made robust in terms of number 1, developing the agency of both teachers, students, and other stakeholders. Authenticity, that means it has to be a real life, right? Then there is flexibility, whatever modality it should work. And then the level of engagement of the implementers. In the middle, Mr. Senator, is a key concept they said should unlock the potential of any curriculum development effort. That is interrelation. So interrelation in their definition is we deliberately plan learning experiences where the students can no longer almost distinguish that's math, that's science, that's English. Since the beginning of the evaluation of our curricula sometime in the 90s, we've been talking about integration, right? But no one has actually been acting very systematically on modeling integration. Arbeck, remember, attempted to model that. At the level of the subjects, it was contentious, makabayan, right? Now there is makabansa, but introduced only at a particular level or key stage. But OECD is telling us in countries where the curriculum and instruction context is really working and delivering learning outcomes, there's a deliberate attempt to train teachers. You know, when you design a learning plan and carry it out, sit with your fellow teachers in that level. And I think there are existing structures within DepEd not yet maximized for this purpose. The LAC, for example, that's a powerful and under maximized, or you're not maximizing that structure, which they've been translating to a more connected curriculum. So, Mr. Chair, that's something that not only NAIAP should actually be working on, because the training of trainers last week was still fragmented. It's still about the subjects. There was no provision for how they will be connected. So that's what I want to say, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Briones, and
Yeah.
then Dr. Padilla after.
We had been discussing, Senator, how DepEd should be training teachers, what the approach should be, etc., etc. But I would like to echo what Dr. Rivera mentioned. The teachers that we get are outputs produced by teacher education institutions. And also, we have to recognize that those who join us as teachers do not necessarily have ambitions of becoming teachers themselves. The last time I mentioned that I sat in focus group discussions of about 10 people. Most of them say they take up teaching because the tuition is cheap, because you can go to school right there in their province. Secondly, walang masyadong math, walang masyadong science, walang masyadong laboratory, kaya hindi magastos at hindi mahirap. And if you have these kinds of outlooks, which we receive and we have to train, teaching for us, training for DepEd to be training teachers is already a little bit late. It's like teaching young people at high school or even college level. You have to start at the basics. And so during my time, I would like to share, Senator, since we had a shortage, and we also have the phenomenon of non-math people teaching mathematics because we don't have enough teachers in mathematics, because not many teachers major in mathematics. Precisely they go into teaching because there is not much mathematics. Yeah. And so during my time, Senator, we would engage engineers, certified public accountants, as long as they have how many units in teaching to teach mathematics. And there were increasing numbers of engineers, of CPAs, and so on, who probably have a better grasp of mathematics than what they get from the undergraduate in the teacher preparation. So as I said, we are constantly advising DepEd what to do and what not to do, but we have to go beyond them and go to the pre-entry stage. Kasi luto na yan sila. We have PE majors teaching mathematics because nobody else can teach mathematics, and teaching them in the ways that they are aware of. But at the same time, I quite agree that the evaluation of our PISA results, of course, has to be, we look at the PISA results as a manifestation of the state of education in the country. Now, if you have teachers who are unprepared to teach mathematics and science because it is cheaper and so on, then their outputs, the children, would not really perform as well. So we had this practice, remember, Ami? We bring in engineers, CPAs, make them go through training, not in teaching, in pedagogy, so they would be in a better position to teach mathematics. So we have to, I'm sorry, Senator, I'm always bringing connected problems into the picture, but the attention on what DepEd should do and not do, of course, it is welcome, and I agree, and it has to be. I suddenly remember the very popular saying, listening to all of you, that change is the only constant in this world, including education. Education has to be changing all the time. What worked during my predecessor's time, during my time, may not be enough anymore because of the changes which we did not predict would come. We are preparing our learners for jobs which we don't know will even exist. We think of them, to be competitive in jobs, etc., etc. But what kind of jobs are waiting for our learners by the time they're looking for jobs? So there has to be, as I said, a continuing assessment of what is happening in society. But you only we only do not look forward what will happen, what is the future. When I was a graduate student, we used to be so engrossed with the book of Toffler, which is Future Shock, and worry about it. And also, we were crazy about the novels of Frank Herbert. By the way, June, which really already predicted the kind of world that we are creating because of our neglect of the environment. I urge all of you to if you do not read the books of Frank Herbert, then at least watch the movie, because uh, it's very, very engrossing. It was written in the 1960s, but already predicted the kind of world that we are going to produce. And this is the kind of thinking that we want to install and to enrich our education system with. To go back, what I want to emphasize is that we don't only look at teacher training. It's like already teaching university students. How do you teach English grammar? If they don't get English grammar in elementary and basic education, they will have terrible grammar even when they're already PhDs. And all editors of PhD dissertations know that. Editors of books know that. So I agree with what Senator Win is talking about. This has to be a continuing assessment, because now what we are advising DepEd to do may not work maybe 5 years, 10 years from now, because the learners will be different, the situation will be different, and as I said, we want to prepare them for jobs, for professions, but such professions may not exist anymore. So that's just what I'm saying. Move forward, try to see what is what the signals are, but we also look back. How do we teach our teachers how do we educate our teachers? Because they will pass on whatever they learn to their learners. If they are disinterested in math it's because maybe the teachers are not interested in math themselves. Because they are assigned, there are schools where they don't have math majors. And we try to get from the other professions. So just my humble contribution and nagging to
Thank you, Secretary.
That's what Lolas always do.
Thank you. We truly value your experience and your knowledge, and also your contribution to the education sector. So every comment is point well taken. Dr. Padilla, and then I think we call on Dr. Balagtas and Dr. Rivera.
Thank you, Senator Win. I agree with Dr. Briones in some of the things that she said. Like what I cited last week, this problem that we have in education. It's not just PISA. Indeed, it's just a manifestation. Has to be looked at in terms of not just pre-service education, but even pre-TEI, no? Pre-TEI, because it's partly it is a problem of attraction. Who are we attracting in the teaching profession, and why are we attracting such students? Those who don't really choose to become teachers but are forced, coerced, or what have you, to choose education for reasons other than it being the noblest profession. So what that has been pointed out as well in the PID study. And so yes, mea culpa partly, we in the teacher education institutions, we of course would be party to blame because we produce the products, right? So for example, one concrete action that we at the College of Education have decided to do as a concrete step is to require all our Bachelor of Elementary Education students to take a course in teaching beginning reading. The thing about the UP College of Education BE Ed students is that they have their own specializations. So there are those who specialize in math, science, social studies, even at the Bachelor of Elementary Education. So all of them are required to take a course in teaching beginning reading. It's not a theory course, it's a hands-on course where they actually teach young students. Unlike in the past, when we did not require our Bachelor of Secondary Education students to take a reading education course, we have been requiring them because there is a recognition of the gravity of the reading problem, which influences the performance of the students in all content areas. So now they are required to take a methods course, a pedagogy course on teaching literacy across the content areas. So what Dr. Ed mentioned earlier as one of the results or one of the recommendations of OECD has something to do with the interrelation and interconnection of learning across content areas, then reading would have to be there. Because even when you're trying to learn music, PE, health, and of course, the more quote unquote academic subjects of math and science, first you have to read. We always say all teachers are reading teachers, but that's not true. All teachers should be reading teachers, but currently they are not. And so as a concrete step, at least on our part, we have been requiring our students that, but not all TEIs have that in their curricula. So that would bring us to CHED. I wish Senator Cheese were here because the PISA problem is not just a basic education problem. It's also a higher ed problem. But then we say we produce the products, ma'ams. True. But then you're supposed to have the last frontier, so to speak, the LET. How come education graduates pass the LET and then they end up not performing so well in the actual classrooms? So it's not just Dr. Liling who would say, my apologies for bringing up so many interconnected problems, but that's just the reality. And the reality is that we have to admit it. As a people, we don't really value the teaching profession. Because if we did, we would not pay a measly amount as salary to our teachers. If we did, our venues for licensure exams for teachers will not be beside streets where everything is noisy, not in classrooms or in buildings that are not air conditioned, while those in other professions enjoy air conditioned testing venues. If we value reading, then we will implement seriously RA 7743 that mandates the establishment of a reading center in every barangay. But as I said in another public hearing sponsored by your committee and office, Senator Win, what we see in barangays are basketball courts, even if there is no law that requires the establishment of basketball courts. Some politicians would say, but it's what the constituents want. But aren't we duty bound to help our very own people, our officials included, to elevate the kind of communities that we have? Because it is a whole society, and to borrow the term of science, a whole ecosystem approach. We have some LGUs. We have some LGUs like Valenzuela that takes RA 7743 seriously and has a very good public library, not to mention reading centers. We have Senator Binay Snatio, we have the Makati LGU seriously taking steps to address the problem in reading by sponsoring scholars among DepEd teachers to take diploma in teaching reading from kinder to grade 12. So different grade levels and different subject areas. We have non-government organizations like Ronald McDonald House Charities actually donating big books to multi-grade schools in the provinces and training the teachers on the use of those big books and other teaching learning materials. So if we would like to really raise readers that would be very good thinkers and learners, we have to engage all these people and all these stakeholders. I think our friend from PIBED is no longer here, but PIBED can do is to gather all those companies with CSR on education, or if their CSR is not in education, then at least in the next 5 years, make it education. So that it's a collective effort. And so, for example, in the lecturing on DepEd, quote unquote, on how to do things would stop. And then individually and by sector, we get to reflect and admit that we are part of the problem as well. And because of that, we want to be part of the solution and take concrete steps to do so.
Thank you for that comment. Very passionate comment. Dr. Balagtas and Dr. Nivea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to emphasize that PISA did not only reveal the percentage of students who got distracted of the use of cell phones for gaming and for social media, and we know it's 41%, but there were also students, 37% of them, who claimed they got distracted by those who are using this. But PISA also revealed that students who were exposed to at least an hour to these gadgets learned significantly, by 14 points. That's the difference. And so this implies examining how we in teacher education institutions train our teachers on the use of technology for teaching and learning. We do have 6 units, right? 2 courses on technology for teaching and learning, and I thought that's enough, that's sufficient. But I guess how these courses are delivered should be looked into so that we could help address this issue on the use of technology, the positive use of technology for teaching and learning, which is also emphasized in PPST in Domain 1. The positive use of ICT in teaching and learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Nivera.
Just a short comment. I go back to the speech earlier by Dr. Briones that teacher quality begins in teacher education institutions and even before. So there has to be quality assurance in terms of entrance. And once they are in teacher education, again, I would like to call for a revisit of the curriculum and the qualifications of the teacher educators. Many of us who are teaching teacher education programs, courses, did not even experience teaching in basic ed. And yet we espouse that you should do this, you should do that. But we don't have actually the experience. And sometimes the discussions are very theoretical. And so you can see the disjoint between what the students know, learn from TEIs, and what they experience on the ground. And there is also a lack of interdependence between TEIs and basic education schools. And this should not be the case. I mean, you have sometimes what we teach in higher education in TEIs are being undone when they go to basic education because that is not the reality there. So I think, people who are teaching in TEI should have experience, should go down there, and there should be like closer relationships, symbiotic relationships. Yes, so that we are in sync in terms of what we are teaching the students. And if we go, let's say, to Singapore and other countries, the relationship between the basic ed school and the TA is really close. Yes, because they have only one. Yes, I agree. Yes, yes.
I'm sorry, and I apologize for interrupting. Everything is integrated from teacher training, admissions, etc., and
Yes.
overseen by the Minister of Education, all by by his
Yes.
office. So the training part is already taken into
Yes,
consideration.
but I think the point is still this. I mean, it happens also in other countries that there's a very close relationship in the internship program between the practice schools and the TEIs. I think the point is for CHED to look at this issue closer, because we should not just throw the bucket at DepEd. I mean, look at look at how we're doing things. Look at the qualifications of the teacher educators. And also when it comes to licensure exam, it's a pen and paper test. It does not measure the real competence of a teacher. It does not measure how you prepare a lesson plan, how you engage learners, how you talk in front of the class, how you communicate, how you empathize with the students. So there are limitations to the licensure examination. Okay, I'll stop there.
Yes, we call on Dr. Olegario and then Dr. San Antonio and Dr.
Okay. There's a need for, I'd like to support what Dr. Padilla said, no? That we need to attract high quality teachers. We need to make the profession more attractive. In one OCD article I read, there's a question: would you want your child to become a teacher? So if you don't want your child to become a teacher because of a lot of things, and mainly because it's not an attractive profession, why is it not an attractive profession in the first place? It's because of the salary that our teachers get. I already told you about this, Senator, last week, personally. We have very low salary. Actually, I compared the salaries of all, yung sa government, the teachers get the lowest. And then now I've read that there's teacher 3 na, teacher 4. In the past, there's only up to teacher 2 for promotion. So that's one. We need to professionalize, no, to make teachers become professionals. We need to have intelligent teachers. No, so hindi yung ano dahil madali, 'di ba? We need to have intelligent teachers because the teachers will transfer the thinking skills. Transfer yan, no, the everything. There are a lot of things that teachers transfer: thinking skills, even attitude towards learning, and so many things. Aside from that also, there's a need for us to really change our paradigm. We really have to embrace the constructivist paradigm. I've been questioned by my own students: Ma'am, why are you proposing that? At first, they would question, and then they would realize towards the end. My students in the undergrad are intelligent. They're very intelligent. But it takes time for them to prepare lesson plans, to learn how to prepare lesson plans that are constructivist in nature. Why? Because they grew up from elementary to high school being taught the traditional behaviorist type, diba? The traditional behaviorist way of teaching. So, yun, again, no, even among the intelligent, diba? UP students are intelligent, diba? Top 14% of the country go to UP, right? So, but it takes time for them to unlearn the behaviorist pedagogy. So yun lang, no? Just to emphasize that it really takes time and patience, no? Until students, teachers, be it service teachers and teachers, learn all these things that we've been mentioning, yung problem-based approach, project-based approach, etc.
Dr. San Antonio.
This one will be quick. I just would like to share an actual initiative. PEAC has partnered with another institution to offer scholarship to brilliant TEI applicants. They had 50 slots. I was part of the advisory board. We could only recruit 9. This was last year. That's how big the problem is in terms of attracting the brightest to the teaching profession. So we had to even lower the standard so that we could have more in future runs of that initiative. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Monterola.
I just also want to add to Dr. Padilla's example earlier. In the case of UP College of Education, I'm also teaching there. We revised our curriculum for secondary education, elementary education. It's not just reading education that we required all majors to take, regardless of social studies or English majors. we asked them to take mathematics because we really value, the numeracy skills, and it's important that because our workforce from World Bank study said that, if for every one standard deviation increase in numeracy skill, that would translate to 7.5% increase of employability. And so, as teachers, even with estimation that you mentioned in classes, that's a form of numeracy. And so, we have to strengthen the numeracy skills of our teachers. Aside from numeracy, we require them to take science, either physical science or biological science. So even if you're an English major, you have to take either a physical science subject or a life science subject, so that you have a scientific literacy background, even though you're coming from another subject area. And lastly, we also institutionalized, aside from action research, we also institutionalized design thinking for education. So, but we also look with the PSGs of course, teacher ed. On another note, regarding what Ma'am Gladys was saying earlier, regarding experience on the ground. Before coming to UP College of Ed, I was a basic education teacher. I taught grade 5 science, and I taught grade 10 the physics students at UP Integrated School. And then when you shift to TEIs, normally you don't get the chance to go back again to high school classes, except if we require, for example, some of our subjects that our students would, observe high school or elementary classes, and then we go with them. And then when we train teachers and when we observe classes in the field. But it would be good. I'm not sure whether this is a venue for that. Let's say if the Teacher Education Council, because it's a connection between CHED and DepEd, if, for example, there will be activities for those from DepEd, the regional offices, division offices, work with the nearby TEIs to, let's say, have an exchange. Like, for example, what's really happening on the ground. So just to really ground whatever's being taught in TEI, and then there can be some provisions for, let's say, TEIs to really visit and work with division offices and regional offices, so that let's just really make sure that there's an alignment between TEIs and, of course, basic ed. We cannot always, just put the blame on DepEd. We also have, we have to work together. That's the thing moving forward. Thank you.
All right. So last three, because we have Mr. Scheikler as a guest. So, but I want to capture all of your comments on this topic. So last three, and then we move to the presentation of OECD on PISA. So we start off with Dr. Fermin. I think you raise your hands first, and then Dr. Nivera, and lastly, Dr. Padilla. Portia?
And just a quick rejoinder to what Dr. Gladys and Dr. Sher said earlier. We have some data from the UP College of Education showing that as far as the student evaluation of teaching performance is concerned, there seems to be a trend that those faculty members who had experience in basic education teaching that had higher SET, what we say, student evaluation of teaching results, and you'd be able to see that in the number of such faculty members receiving excellence in teaching awards from the College of Education.
You, Dr. Fermin, and then lastly, Dr. Nivera.
I'd ask Dr. Nuer to share first. Because, Mr. Chair, I think I'll be synthesizing all their comments.
So, sige, Dr. Nivera, and then lastly, Dr. Fermin.
Okay, I taught for 6 years in basic ed, but never since then. So it's been 25 years. So I always wish I could go back and teach again. So it would be nice, I think, for teacher educators to experience like a month or two teaching. So every now and then, like every 5 years, they go and they teach and see if what they are teaching in higher education institutions really work with the current students that we have. Second point, in PNU, we have BEMC, Bachelor in Math and Science Elementary Education. So they are elementary teachers trained to teach math and science in intermediate grade levels. So we give them additional math and science courses so that they, okay, so I hope now we are working on curricular programs that offer also twin specializations like English and Filipino, social science and values ed. Not English and math, not yet.
That was my degree, ma'am. Major in English, minor in math.
So not yet. Okay. Um, and I have also another point. I think we don't have this critical pool of math or science educators who has a who have a deep understanding of how to teach math and science in the early grades, or math literacy and science literacy, or even reading. And we need to reach out to the TEIs because we understand that there's a huge variance in terms of quality of our TEIs. Maybe if we can produce, let's say, these modules or materials for use by TEIs on how to teach mathematics, science, and reading in the early grades. And we farm this out to all the TEIs for teacher educators who have limited training on these areas to use in teaching their subjects. I don't know, maybe we can make a difference. Thank you.
And lastly, Dr. Fermin.
3 points, Mr. Chair. I think the best and the most brilliant minds in teacher education are here. And in my capacity as chairperson of the technical panel for teacher education, I'm here to capture also what needs to be placed on the table of revisions right now. It's overwhelming, but there had already been coordination meetings with the Teacher Education Council and the technical panel for teacher education. We just had a meeting last week, right, on the proposed roadmap. But Mr. Chair, what I'd like to say is that it appears that it may appear that DepEd is being blamed here, but actually I don't see it that way. We're reporting to the agency who receives our teachers, our products, and true to what we have discovered, we have done all our FGDs and due diligence with our graduates. How are you doing? Are you happy? And then they all say us, everything that you've taught us, at least 85%, don't work in the field because you have too many things to work on. That's the first pain point. I'm sorry, former Secretary Liling, but out of respect to our teacher education institutions, I think they know how to equip the students with content and the fundamental competencies. It's just that our conditions may not be as supportive of them trying out what they have been trained to do. That's one way of looking at it, perhaps, but I'll leave that for a separate discussion. Mr. Chair, I'm also due to tell you that if we at CHED, at higher education, acts on the teacher quality dimension of all these things so that we could up the scores or whatever our goal is, first we need to phase out. We need to phase out and I'm very, very strong about this, and we have the support of the Commission and Bank. In fact, we are now at the pre-final stage of the CMO that will be issued on the gradual phase out of two types of teacher education institutions. The non-performing in the licensure examination, assuming that the LET will also improve, and, okay, so I mentioned it, and the non-compliant TEIs. Those whose faculty members, along 4 important criteria. Number 1, the dean is qualified. Gosh, I tell you, in my monitoring exercises, we have Sunday deans. They can only come on a Sunday because they are working the other days. Okay. Elsewhere, then the faculty also do not have the qualifications such as the background in teaching in basic education. The third will be the presence of the laboratory school that ensures the connection of the need in basic education, whether that lab school exists in the TEI or a partnership with a DepEd school or a private school. We need to see that. And the last item has dean, faculty, and of course the curriculum, the compliance to the curriculum. But you see the pitfall in issuing a set of PSGs at the higher education level. Much as you would want to make the content, the competencies, the way delivery should be done, there's that clause of academic freedom involved. But I think there's a way, Mr. Chair, to go beyond that, because now that we have data support to support our initiatives, PISA is one of them, CPAM is another, TIMS is another, there are several. The scoping studies for teacher education in the Philippines, they have been completed last year, and the multi-factor motivational model of who enters Philippine teacher education refutes what former Secretary Briones is telling us. In fact, there are a good number of people who'd like to come in. So, these voices that constitute the discourse of education quality, particularly teacher reform, we need to listen to all of them. They're most welcome. And I guess, Mr. Chair, the impetus provided by meetings like this, it's PISA, but it's actually cutting across all the other conduits of indicators of quality. This is the best time, because we cannot afford to have another EDCOM or afford another, miseducation to happen. So, Mr. Chair, my manifestation is, please support also the Commission on Higher Education. When we start messaging strongly, we need to shut down and we need to phase out certain teacher education programs. The revision of the curricula is going to come very soon, because you have already produced one cohort of graduates in teacher education. The LET results, mind you, are very encouraging. We have the highest passing rate so far after the revision of the curriculum, but there's the matatag also. So I think the fast pace of iterating the context is upon us, and we just have to maximize it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Fermin, and to the other resource persons for a very lively discussion. And just to summarize, I'll summarize the summary. First is you will have this committee support and EDCOM support in the phase out of that those underperforming TEIs. We've been recommending that for quite some time already, and in fact, we discussed that in EDCOM. And number two, there's a solution to that I'll call it misalignment, between pre-service and in-service, and that is the Excellence in Teacher Education Law, which we empowered TEC, the Teacher Education Council, with numerous powers to include a bigger voice or a stronger voice to DepEd, so that this misalignment and coordination will improve between pre-service and in-service. And we're still awaiting to operationalize that law to its fullest. I understand that soon there'll be a revamp in that council. So we're waiting for that, but that will solve many things that we have discussed in the last 3 hours, I think. So finally, we call on, and we're very honored and privileged to be joined by Mr. Andreas Schleicher. Good to see you again, Mr. Andreas. The last time we saw you was in 2020 before the pandemic. And thank you for joining us today. I know it's very early in your area right now, but thank you very much for joining us. And we recognize Mr. Andreas Schleicher.
Yes, hello, and thank you very much. And I try to share my screen so that I can show some data. I hope this will work. First of all, it's a great pleasure to join you again, and I listened with interest to the discussion and the recommendations on the teacher education, which obviously is a very vital part of the PISA kind of implications. First, I wanted just to share with you, here you can see a map of the countries taking part in PISA. So we have many interesting comparators for the Philippines, countries in similar contexts, countries in very different contexts. And let me then just highlight an overview of the relative strengths and weaknesses of the Philippines according to the PISA 22 assessment. The little blue dot is where the OECD average is. The colored bar is where we find the Philippines. So first of all, when it comes to academic performance, you're quite well aware, this is where the Philippines still has a long way to go to reach the OECD average. Performance of students in reading, mathematics and science is still very modest. On the positive side, the Philippines held its ground during the pandemic. Most countries have seen a quite significant decline in their learning outcomes. We have not seen that for the Philippines. So I think that is a strength of the system, that it was able to resist the pandemic, but still, performance of students is quite low by international standards. On psychological well-being, students in the Philippines display quite strong kind of self-efficacy, self-confidence, and these are also very important outcomes. Students in the Philippines are generally happy students, happy with their lives and with their school. We see also very positive outcomes on students' agency. I think that's also a really important outcome, that students in the Philippines are able to translate their ideas into action. They are not only able to absorb knowledge, but also to do things, and that's a quite recent phenomenon. However, we see very low performance on student resilience. Students in the Philippines often are growing up with a fixed mindset, believing that their success is depending on the intelligence they were born with rather than on the effort they invest in education. And that is certainly something that comes down to the learning environments, to the teaching profession. That mindset is something that is conveyed to you by the environment, and I think that's something to think about. We also see relatively limited levels of student engagement with school. The quality of social relationships is not so strong. Teachers in the Philippines see themselves, according to the PISA results, mainly as people who convey knowledge, but with limited engagement for who their students are, who they want to become. The kind of mentoring, coaching functions of teachers are not as well developed as in most other countries. Material environments are quite low. That's what you expect. I think that's something that just reflects the broader economic context of the Philippines. On the more positive side, to conclude on that, is a greater openness of diversity. Students in the Philippines are open to different ways of thinking, different ways of working, different cultures. They are generally open-minded to different views and opinions, and I think that's something important in the world today. So this is just sort of a snapshot overview of the relative strengths and weaknesses of students in the Philippines, and they tell you a lot about the education systems. Let me just highlight, we have been able to track educational progress for over 20 years now in PISA. You can see here how our world has changed over those years. Skills like mathematics have become far more important over the last decade. Many phenomena in today's society and economy you can no longer understand without a deep conceptual understanding of mathematics. And the reason why we see relatively low performance of the Philippine students is that they are often good in reproducing what they have learned. They memorize and they reproduce mathematical formulas and equations. Students in the Philippines do not have strong strengths to apply what they know, particularly not in unfamiliar settings. And in today's world, that is increasingly important. In a time of, ChatGPT, the world no longer rewards you for reproducing answers. It requires you to ask the right questions, to question the established wisdom of our times. And it's very clear from the data that this is what is very difficult for students in the Philippines. They have memorized a lot of material, but they're not very good in applying their knowledge, extrapolating from it. And in the world of today, this is really the key. And this is what you can see in the data, but also on average across OECD countries, we have seen no improvements over the last decades. In fact, in the last 4 years, we have seen a significant decline in many OECD countries, whereas in the Philippines, we have seen stable learning outcomes. So I think that's a great strength, but the gap is still wide. I also want to point out, when we look at social disparities, you can see very clearly that on the right side of the chart, you have some countries like in Asia, these would be, Singapore, Japan, and the systems of Hong Kong, Macau, where the social gap is very small. That is, students from all backgrounds succeed in education. Whereas you can see the Philippines on the left side, the impact of social background on success is very large. Students from privileged backgrounds have quite good performance. Students from disadvantaged backgrounds are trailing significantly behind. So closing that social gap is a very important objective. And that has mainly to do with, the allocation of resources. How do you attract talented teachers into difficult schools and so on? If you go to Hong Kong, if you go to Japan, Singapore, these systems are very good at that. And in the case of the Philippines, often resource allocation remains regressive. That is, students from disadvantaged families have lower teacher quality according to PISA and lower material resources. Money is always important, but as you can see in this chart, the correlation between investment in education and learning outcomes is not so straightforward. If you look at countries that spend a lot, you can see, for example, Singapore and Qatar invest equal amounts in education, roughly equal, but Singapore is the world's top performer and Qatar performs quite poorly on this. So money is not everything. And you can see the same when you compare Vietnam and the Philippines. Both invest comparatively little in education. They are both on the left side of the chart where spending per student is still quite low. But, in the case of Vietnam, Vietnam performs far better than predicted by its spending, whereas Philippines performs worse than predicted by the spending. What this really tells you is that it's not just the amount of money that's being spent, but how those resources are invested. When you look at countries that achieve a lot with very little money, they typically are countries that invest in the quality of teachers. They attract, bright people into the profession. They invest in them initially. They provide an environment where teachers continue to learn. So there's a lot of money going into teaching, and often money is saved with the size of classes. So there are different spending choices that are being made. Many countries these days face big shortages of teaching staff. That's also true in the Philippines, but less so than on average across OECD countries, and certainly less so than for countries on the right side. But we can see that it is a drain on outcomes. We can see very clearly that in schools which lack qualified teaching staff, results are worse. Schools which lack assistant staff, you can see also that's been negatively associated with resources. The lack of material resources, particularly in disadvantaged schools, plays out negatively. Physical infrastructure is still a problem, and certainly digital infrastructure. So you can see really that the many factors when it comes to material and staff resources that play out negatively in terms of outcomes. I want to highlight one thing that is, I think, quite important these days, and that is students' exposure to digital technology. You can see when teachers are using technology for learning, basically technology used in instructional design, we cannot see much of a relationship to outcomes. Some teachers in the Philippines are using technology very well, and others are using it in not so productive ways. So if you average this out, we cannot see a clear relationship between technology intensity in classrooms and learning outcomes. But what we see very clearly is a very negative relationship between students using their own smartphones in school. Now, many students get distracted. Many students feel that they get anxious. They are dependent on smartphones. And you can see that is a big factor that influences results negatively. And that actually influence is stronger than the influence of the pandemic over the last 4 years. So that's something to watch out. On the one hand, you can use technology for learning in very productive ways, but when it's used for leisure, students using their own smartphone, this is something that has clearly detrimental effect on outcomes. Now, you can see that here when we ask students, for example, do you feel anxious when you do not have your smartphone with you? You can see the Philippines is one of the countries where that is most the case, more so than in most OECD countries. And we see very clearly where students feel anxious when they don't have their smartphone, they're less well in mathematics, they are less happy with their lives, they're less in charge of their emotions and less resistant to stress. Last point on teachers, This is a positive outcome. Actually, most students in the Philippines feel that their teachers support them. They're very available when they needed help. That's an answer that students give us usually positively, also during the years of the pandemic. And it is something very important where students feel their teachers are accessible. You can see very clearly that those students were more confident in their own learning abilities. No, that's what we want these days, that students are not just passive consumers in classrooms, but active learners. And you can see that is very closely related to students feeling a close relationship with their teachers. And then, of course, academic performance is also very much a function of that social relationship with teachers. No? Education is not just a transactional business, it's very much a social, a relational experience, and the quality of those relations between students and teachers is really very important, very, very key. On the not so positive side, you can see that many students in the Philippines do not feel safe in their schools, and that is negatively related to learning outcomes, negatively related to student well-being. No? And this is an area to work on. The perception of safety is not well developed. We also see that many students in the Philippines, do not feel a strong sense of belonging. If I compare that, with Switzerland or Austria, most students feel a sense of identity in school. They feel that school is a place where they belong, where they make friends, where their teachers and everyone supports them. Whereas in the Philippines, many students feel isolated and don't feel school is like a home for them. Very last point is on the growth mindset of students. I already mentioned that. What you can see very clearly is that in the case of the Philippines, many young children believe that the intelligence they were born with determines everything. So they don't feel in charge, they don't feel ownership over their learning processes. And you can see very clearly this is a very powerful predictor of the quality of education. So if the Philippines would be more, like Estonia, like Ireland, Germany, Japan, where students feel in charge of their own learning, you would certainly, see better learning outcomes. Now, that growth mindset is a very important predictor, and it's something that teachers frame every day in the ways in which they work with students. If you, tell a student who's not doing well, you're doing well, you destroy that growth mindset. If you tell a student every day, you're not good enough and you can never, succeed, you destroy that growth mindset. If you tell a student every day, yeah, yesterday was not good, but today is a little bit better, you put some effort in, you succeeded, that's how we develop the growth mindset. And you can see really across countries, it's not just about, quality of teachers, material resources, and all of that, but it's often very much about how do we develop that mindset. And that's all. I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Andres. Well, to start off, just to inform you, the flag that was used is not the Philippine flag. I'm not very sure if it's the first two slides were correct, but the subsequent slides were not the Philippine flag. Just a little comment, Mr. Andreas. Mr. Andreas, I saw in one of your presentation, and I also created a slide for this, and this is actually quite striking for me. The spending, how countries spend on a per capita basis. And I was comparing ourselves with some of our neighbors here in the Philippines. We're in Vietnam and the Philippines on a per capita basis here. More or less spent the same. No? But obviously, Vietnam outperformed the Philippines by a mile. No? And if you compare the U.S., of course, the U.S. is a the top economy. They spent so much on a per capita basis. But if you compare them with Vietnam, it's not much different. No? In fact, they perform below OECD average. So can you give us more insights on this? Because honestly, the common knowledge or the common belief here in the Philippines, you spend more, you improve grades. No, But this slide is telling us otherwise. No, so can you give us more insights on this? And can you, if you have any information, how come Vietnam is performing more efficiently? I would say, no, in terms of resources compared to other countries.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a very pertinent question. If you look at, I start with the United States. You know, in the United States, almost half of the money does not arrive in the classroom. It ends up in administrative spending and other out-of-school expenditure. So that's obviously a drain on resources. The United States has often prioritized smaller classes over better teachers. So despite the fact that it spends a lot on education, teachers are not paid very well, and the working conditions of teachers are not good. Teachers have little time for other things than teaching. So it is not such a surprise that the United States does so poorly on PISA, despite a lot of investment in education. When you look at Vietnam, I think there are several things that Vietnam does really well when it invests its money. First of all, it invests its money squarely where good results are produced, and that is the quality of teachers. Vietnam is very impressive in the way it attracts, qualified candidates into the profession with good working conditions, but also how teachers are supported in their schools. Basically, the system is very, very good in helping good teachers to develop very fast and also supporting other teachers. If you are a great teacher in a very privileged school and you want to advance in your career, the system will do everything to attract you to an environment, to a condition, to a classroom where you can make big changes, big improvements. So the system is very, very good in using its teachers, developing its teachers, building strong teaching careers. I think that's and I already alluded to this. What is also striking in Vietnam, I'm talking about Vietnam. What is also striking about Vietnam is that they're very, very good in matching resources with needs. The system is quite sensitive to the social and economic conditions of schools, and quite good in aligning the quality of resources with the needs of the students. Whereas in the Philippines, we often see the reverse. We see that resource allocation is not progressive, but regressive. So the quality of resources often is positively correlated with the social background of schools. Schools in wealthier neighborhoods have access to better teachers, better material resources, very different from the case of Vietnam. So I think Vietnam is actually a very interesting example of a country that does not have much money in education, but invests its money in very smart ways, very effective ways, with great success really in terms of the quality of learning outcomes.
Another question, Mr. Andreas, is for similarly situated countries like ours, no? Aside from Vietnam, you mentioned Vietnam, what are the best practices that you have seen that you also recommend to the Philippines, so that we can improve our outcomes over time, no? Aside from the ones you mentioned in Vietnam, for example, you mentioned about matching resources with needs. But aside from that, for similarly situated countries, because we cannot be compared, let's say, with Qatar or with Norway, but with similarly situated countries, what have you observed that we could also emulate here in the Philippines?
Yeah, I think a couple of things. The first, and it's perhaps the most challenging, is really about curriculum implementation. What we see from the PISA data is that students in the Philippines are often very good in reproducing the subject matter that they have learned. They can memorize it, they can replicate that knowledge, but students in the Philippines have really great difficulties with applying their knowledge in unfamiliar, novel situations, something that PISA puts great emphasis to, because the modern world really requires students to use what they know creatively. And what we can see, and even, Indonesia would be an example, that would be quite similar in the past to the Philippines, but has really made major efforts to change that curriculum model, to give students more project-based learning experiences, to make learning more authentic, to actually give students access to more to learning environments where they have to display greater agency. So I think that's important, that the instructional model, the implemented curriculum, really adapts to to a different world in which we live today, that where students need less the accumulation of subject matter content and more capacity to apply, use, create knowledge. And you can see in some countries in the region, I think there's been a quite tremendous efforts really to change that instructional paradigm with some success. Second point related to this is greater responsibility in schools for the design of effective learning environments. That's a challenge often, you don't want to give responsibility to schools that may not have the capacity. So this is really a careful balance. But we do see in many countries in similar situations that do better, that schools have greater ownership over the use of resources, the design of instructional development, sometimes over the hiring of teachers as well. And all of that is important to give schools sufficient kind of ownership over that. Now, you can look at Malaysia that has worked very hard on that kind of redesign of the instructional model, and that's where we see the Philippines still very much in a very traditional model of education.
Thank you for that, Andres. And there's also another in the contextual variable that PISA contains. There's also another interesting portion here, no? And this is actually a big discussion here in the Philippines. The language used to test students. And in the Philippines, 93% of the students who were tested in PISA said that the language they spoke at home is different than the language used to test them in PISA. What's your comment on this? And are there other countries that are similarly situated compared to the Philippines but perform better or had better learner outcomes?
Yeah, that is something that is actually quite unique in the case of the Philippines, even though you have many countries where you would have above 50-60% of students speaking another language. But in the case of the Philippines, it's actually quite pronounced that the language of instruction, the language of testing is different from the language spoken at home. There are some countries that are very good in overcoming those disadvantages, where language does not play out very strongly in terms of academic results, but it is often a bit like social background, speaking the language of instruction, speaking the language of the test is very important. My only qualification here is that this is not just the language of PISA, this is the language of instruction. So if students have difficulties with PISA, then you can expect they will also have difficulties with following instruction in general terms. So I think overcoming that barrier, and it often, if you look at the countries that do that well, where a different language doesn't make such a difference, typically they start very early. Early childhood education and care are the key levers where you learn languages best. And you can see a great emphasis on the early years of education in those countries to provide a solid fundament for learning in school. Because again, if students have difficulties with the PISA test because of it's another language, you can expect that they have the same difficulties in the teaching and learning.
Thank you, Mr. Andres. Thank you very much for your time, and once again, thank you very much for your openness and willingness to join us in this PISA review being undertaken by the Senate Committee on Basic Education. And we hope to see you in 2025 again. 2026. 2026 again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very
much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. With better results, the resource persons are saying here.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. All right. So, any more last comments on this topic from our esteemed resource persons?
Chair.
Yes, Attorney Erap.
Just curious po dun sa last manifestation of Dr. Ed Fermin on the phase out or closures of teacher education institutes. Because in the naalala ko lang last hearing, Senator Win, there was I think last last hearing there was also a discussion on that, on how to phase out or close. There was Dr. Ed Fermin was mentioning about a draft CMO that would finally allow CHED to close. But I'd like also to manifest that as early as 2008, under the Manual of Regulations for Private Higher Education Institutions, the Commission is allowed motu proprio to close revoke programs, courses for gross mismanagement, inefficiency, and operation of programs. Marami pong grounds doon. So I wonder whether this has been implemented in other programs, including the teacher ed programs, and what prevented CHED from doing so. Kasi parang last hearing, parang there was the reason was being directed to the technical panels not recommending or not coming up with policies that would allow CHED to close. But there's an existing ano po. And then my follow-up question siguro with Dr. Ed Fermin and CHED is, what about the teacher education courses in state universities and colleges and LCUs, because they're not given separate recognition for programs, I suppose, unlike private HEIs, and this is important in quality assuring the TEIs po. Thank you.
Give Dr. Fermin a short time to respond, but I would like to do this. This is this should be a joint hearing, no, between the higher education and basic education, because they're interconnected. That's what Secretary Birones mentioned earlier. So I will be coordinating with Senator Cheese on this matter so that we can file a resolution jointly. But quick answer to this effect, and then later on we can go deeper once we conduct the joint hearing.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. To my text mate, I'll reiterate my response. The MORFID doesn't categorically make use of the licensure as a requirement for closure. We assume that the non-performance in the licensure may be rooted in negligence, mismanagement, and so on and so forth, which the technical panel for teacher education is not solely responsible for. It's done at the level of the regional offices to recommend that directly to the central office. There is a data set showing that from 2003 to 2023, at the very least, I've seen 28 of them which have already been closed by the Commission on Higher Education. And I'm sorry, including state universities and colleges offering the programs of teacher education in state universities and colleges who are actually part of the red list. So there's a red list, Mr. Chair, and in the submission that I've made to your office, you will see there the mechanism for the phase out, because the numbers that we are talking about is a long list. And in the proposed mechanism, which will soon be converted into a CMO form, actually it's already drafted as a CMO, discussed yesterday at the CEB meeting, you will see the strategy to expedite the closure process, the phasing out and closure process, which should be premised on due process. Because while we were inspired by what nursing did, there had been a problem in the implementation of the phase out and closure of nursing programs, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. San Antonio.
I just would like to highlight as a final word. Of course, this is already found in the recommendations of the OECD. We have to really intensify school-based management that pays attention to learning. Although we know that the teachers themselves are the ones that deliver or facilitate the delivery of high-quality basic education services, we cannot ignore the fact that the principals and the kind of leadership that's happening in the school will also do a lot in motivating the teachers to provide very interesting lessons and more effective strategies in teaching. So I hope we won't forget the need for the principals and the school leadership structure to be attended to as well in efforts to improve education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. San Antonio. With that, we'll suspend the hearing for now, so that if ever other matters will come up, we can reconvene the committee. But thank you very much for your time And thank you very much for your participation. I learned a lot, especially from this side of the group. They're very passionate, very lively, and very engaging. But thank you very much. And we will synthesize all of your comments and use your comments to generate a report and recommendations to the different agencies. So thank you very much. Dr. Carino, before we
Yeah,
terminate.
I might not be able to sleep if I will not mention. Thank you, Senator Win. Why not just mention that probably the resources may not matter, but looking at the schools that performed well in the PISA, these are private schools with enough resources. The books are ready every year, no, which may not be so in our public schools. Every year, the books are there, the workbooks are there. But what about in our private school, so in our public school? So I hope we can improve in that in the matatag curriculum, hopefully we are really ready with all the resources that we need. And so I am mentioning this because we are always, the problem is probably always the resources, but in relation to decentralization, I think the resources will really be maximized if we give some kind of decentralized or empowered management, but let them be accountable for the results. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's a very good observation, Dr. Carino. In fact, I saw that in the list that you submitted to us. I just want to tweak the list as sectorio. Aside from those, you gave us a list of schools who met the minimum standards of PISA. Would like to also have a list of schools who have the most number of students who met the minimum qualifications. So not the ones you gave us, I believe, are based on average scores, no? So we want to know the schools based on the number of learners who met the minimum qualifications. Sorry, minimum proficiency levels. So instead of just the average, the actual number of students who met the minimum proficiency levels, right?
Yes, this is noted, Senator.
Thank you.
We'll submit the report.
Yeah, and I duly noted your confidentiality requirement. So that's why we didn't flash it earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, this is for internal analysis. In line with Dr. Carino's comment, she's absolutely correct. When I was looking at the list, it's mostly actually only one, no, all private school except for one public schools, no, public school. So, but I just want to analyze further by looking at how many students actually in a particular school met the minimum qualification level.
Yes,
All right.
yes, Your Honor. We'll submit the.
And maybe we can
Detailed
use that as a topic for the next hearing.
Yes.
Right. Thank you. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Just to give update po concerning the concern of RD Stella regarding the provision of learning resources, as it's now in the approved GAA that we had allocated 12 billion for the provision of learning resources for the implementation of our Matatag curriculum. And we had started with the procurement process based now on the new policy that we had crafted for the procurement and evaluation of learning resources. Yusek, you started this TWG. We had the TWG during the previous administration, which reviewed the existing procurement policies as well as the quality assurance of not only our textbooks but our learning resources. So these policies were already approved by the present administration, and these policies will apply now in the procurement of our textbooks, which of course will not contravene with the existing RA 8047 and RA 8194, the procurement law po. So next week, opening na po ng bid, which unfortunately coincided with the EDCOM for 22 po. I got an information from our BLR team that schedule coincided with the opening of bid for the procurement of textbooks. because BLR was summoned to attend that EDCON meeting.
Talk about the schedules
Yes po.
later on. Well, one of the quick offshoot of this hearing that I was discussing with the staff, maybe during the budget hearing we can include a provision there for preparation of PISA. Now, I picked up from our resource person that one of the best practices to improve our PISA results is to actually prepare the schools. No, so maybe we can. From Secretary Briones, I heard that during the first hearing. For 2025, maybe we can add a small provision. I don't think it will cost a lot, no. So that because next year we'll be taking PISA again.
Yes,
So
sir.
let's include the budget to prepare the schools who
Yes,
will
sir.
be undertaken. No?
Yes, sir.
So these are just ideas that came out of the hearings.
Yes, sir. Just to mention po that this is the second time that our country is participating in the PISA. So, third time. 20, yes po. Prior to our participation to the 2022 PISA, ang haba po ng deliberation namin. Ang haba po whether or not we will still participate because of the poor performance we had in the 2018 PISA. Pero because of the leadership of Ma'am Liling and of course my boss Yusek Dads, we participated in the 2022 PISA. We prepared our schools. Noon po kasi alam naman ng mga RDs yan, hindi naman natin pinag-usapan yung PISA noon po. We prepared for the 2022 PISA, kaya lang po nagkaroon ng pandemic. But just the same po, ang laking suporta po ng mga LGUs, even parents, teachers po natin for our participation in the 2022 PISA po. That PISA, as already reported, the examinations were administered sa lockdown po tayo noon, pero nakayanan po ng mga schools po natin. And now we are already preparing for the 2026 PISA and we appreciate lahat ng mga nangyayaring ganito. So we are already preparing for our 2026 PISA with the Yusek China sitting as PISA board member po.
The side of the Senate, again, no, just off top ideas is to provide a provision already in the budget for the preparation. For other preparations also, like exposing to computers, to buying materials, let's already embed that in the budget so that there's already a clear provision for that. No? Yeah. All right. Secretary?
Hopefully only 2 sentences. We were talking about the provision of textbooks. They were going to bid out the textbooks. But also another problem is we need to review the textbooks themselves. Because the situation during my time, during brother's time, and the present time is different. The challenges are not only different, but we cannot predict the challenges. So the kind of thinking that we want to instill will have to be reflected in the textbooks. If we are going to bid out and spend billions for textbooks, which were used before and some of which may not be meaningful anymore, then it might not be a good investment.
Thank you. Point well taken, Secretary Briones. So with that, we will suspend the hearing for now. Again, thank you very much for your attendance and participation. Maraming salamat.